Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting of April 27th, 2021. Call the meeting to order and ask our clerk for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Here.
Councilmember Chen?
Present.
Councilmember Goodrich is absent. Councilmember Kalani?
Present.
Councilmember Matucci?
Councilor
Absent.
Matucci is absent. This is
Yeah,
Honorable
I
President.
apologize. Councilmember Matucci absent. Mayor Fury?
Here, you missed Councilmember Griffiths.
Councilmember Griffith?
I am here.
Thank you, Councilmember.
You're welcome.
Thank you. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, conference with labor negotiator, and 14B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. Closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code Section 54957.6 and 54956D2. We will return at 7 p.m.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting for April 27th, 2021. Call the meeting back to order. We've been in an executive session. Mr. Shaparian, is there anything to report?
Good evening, Your Honor. There's nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all for joining us tonight. Once again, we're back in the City Council chambers, easing our way back into our new normal. I ask that you continue to remain patient with us as this hybrid model is still new and we continue to improve our operations and work through any unexpected technical difficulties. Mr. Shaparian, I believe we have an announcement.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Adam Chaparrian, City Manager. Your Honor and members of the City Council, I am pleased to announce the appointment of Jeremiah Hart to the position of Chief of Police effective June 20th, 2021, at the conclusion of John Legeb's term as interim chief. Incoming Chief Hart was hired by the Torrance Police Department in 2001 and served in various assignments, including patrol officer, motor officer, recruitment training officer, and patrol field supervisor. Jay, as we call the incoming chief, was promoted to sergeant in 2008 and lieutenant in 2015. Jay served as watch commander, supervised the traffic and special events division, and managed the communications and information technology division. Incoming Chief Hart's experience, continuing education, training, and community involvement are reflective of his professional commitment to law enforcement and to the city of Torrance. As chief, he will be responsible for leading TPD with focus on community engagement, innovation, developing the next generation of TPD management, and staying at the forefront of law enforcement trends. As a Torrance resident, Jay is committed to ensuring the public safety of the city in which he lives. He possesses excellent interpersonal skills, which will enhance his ability to provide solid, reliable leadership to the department and be a significant asset to our community. And in closing, please join me in welcoming Jeremiah Hart as our newest member of the executive team. A formal pinning ceremony will be held at a later date. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Aram. Congratulations, Chief Hart. The city is fortunate to have truly skilled and capable professionals who can step up and fulfill the chief role. We're so very, very proud of you for undertaking this position and running what we consider to be one of the best police departments in all of America, in one of the best cities in all of America, and keeping us to be one of the safest cities of our size in the state and the country. So, thank you very much for your service that you've done and for the service that you're going to continue to do as a chief. We continue to run normal business for our residents and community to keep Torrance moving forward. It's important to us that you have an opportunity to voice your comments during this pandemic. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of the council meeting you wish to comment on. Thank you for those of you who met today's deadline. They've all been forwarded to City Council as supplemental material and will be entered into the public record. Any emails submitted after the deadline will still be added to the public record, but obviously we won't have an opportunity to review them tonight. For those of you tuning in via Facebook, YouTube, live stream, or City Cable, because of the challenges faced in this council format and in accordance with the Government Code Section 54954.3a, we will now dedicate a single 60-minute comment period to hear the public on all agenda items, as well as for general orals by telephone call-in. The only exception to this 60-minute period is public hearings. Comments that are directly relevant to an agenda-sized hearing will be taken as part of that hearing. You may participate by calling in to the public input hotline. The number is 310-618-2404, and it will be displayed on the screen. Please be patient when calling in, and please be aware that our call center is very busy taking multiple phone calls, so that you may get a busy signal when calling in. If this is the case, please try calling back in a moment or two. I'm certain you'll get through because we've been doing 30, 40, even up to 50 phone calls per week. City Clerk, have emails received before 2 p.m. today been processed as supplemental material and provided to the city? City Council.
Yes, Your Honor, they have.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda will be a flag salute led by me, followed by an invocation by Councilmember Griffiths. I ask everybody, please stand. Place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We all lack hate in any form when we are born. Unfortunately, hate is a learned behavior. Some people learn to hate over time via various influences. Let us all keep in mind that we can be an influencer of kindness and not of hate through our words and our actions. Let us pray for the ability to resist feelings of hate and repress those feelings so as not to help spread hate. Our world has become too full of hate. And just like our efforts to be gentler to the earth environmentally, let's hope that we can all be more gentle and kind towards each other. And let us hope for continued decreases in COVID-19 infections, hospitalizations, and deaths, and keep in our thoughts all those affected in any way by the impacts of the pandemic. We look forward to the continued progress we make in safely reopening our economy and returning to a semblance of what we remember as normal. Amen.
Amen. And thank you. We'll take a report of the city clerk on the posting of the agenda.
City Clerk, are you on the line?
This is one of those technical difficulties we mentioned. Madam Clerk?
I can't step in for her, Your Honor, because I know the agenda was posted on Thursday in accordance with the regulations for agenda posting, as per code, if that helps to move the meeting along.
I think that'll work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
So moved.
I second.
We are checking with the city clerk.
Council members Goodrich and Matucci absent.
Thank you, City Clerk. We did hear you. Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Adam Chaparro, City Manager. Item 9D was withdrawn. It's review and provide direction to staff on AB 1251, Submitted Murad Suchi, pertaining to local public health orders. The item will return next week. We have supplemental materials for item 7, oral communications, as well as item 10A, which is the public hearing regarding proposed amendments to Torrance Municipal Code pertaining to regulation of accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units, and adopt ordinance amending the Torrance Municipal Code. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Council committee meetings and announcements. Councilmember Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have two announcements tonight. First, I'd like to announce that the Citizen Development and Enrichment Committee will meet virtually on Monday, May 3rd, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. to discuss safety concerns related to the 2021 Seaside Ranchos Holiday Lights Display. The committee meeting agenda, including the Zoom link, will be posted on the city's website. The public is encouraged to participate in this meeting. Thank you to the Seaside Neighborhood Association and Seaside Ranchos residents for your continued partnership with the City of Torrance. Questions regarding this meeting may be directed to the City Manager's office by calling 310-618-5880. And my second announcement is in regards to the Housing Element Update Workshop. The City of Torrance is currently updating its 6-cycle housing element of the general plan. Local governments across California are required by state housing element law to adequately plan to meet their allocated share of the state's overall housing need by updating their general plan's housing element. Housing elements provide goals, policies, and programs to create opportunities for housing development where local governments deem appropriate. The Community Development Department will be hosting a virtual community outreach meeting on the housing element update at a special planning commission workshop tomorrow, April 28, 2021, at 7 p.m. This workshop will provide information on the housing element update process. The community is invited and encouraged to participate in this very important planning process. For further information, please visit the Community Development Department webpage, torrancega.gov/housing element update, all one word. If you have any questions, please email staff at cddinfo@torranceca.gov. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Ashcraft.
Thank you, Your Honor. The City of Torrance and the County of Los Angeles committed to providing the community with safety in all areas of our city. This week, a new emergency evacuation alert system is coming to Torrance Beach. The Beach Emergency Evacuation Light System, or BEELS, B-E-E-L-S, has 3 parts. 1, flashing white lights to alert people who are deaf or hard of hearing. 2, evacuation announcements in English and Spanish. And 3, a very loud siren. We will be testing the system this Thursday, April 29th, from 3 to 5 p.m. at Torrance Beach. So don't be alarmed if you hear warnings about tsunamis, severe thunderstorms, earthquakes, and more. They're probably not going to be happening right then. They are only tests. To learn more, visit beaches.lacounty.gov/BEELS. Thank you.
Thank you. We move on to community matters. Number 6A is a resolution honoring Fire Captain Scott Kahn upon his retirement from the City of Torrance after 33 years of service. May we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2021-35, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Fire Captain Scott A. Kahn upon his retirement from the city after 33 years of service.
Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Your Honor. Motion to adopt resolution number 2021-35.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Goodrich and Matucci absent.
Thank you. The resolution will be provided at a later date. We move on to oral communications. It's a 60-minute public comment period for agenda items and general orals. If any members of the public want to speak, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. Again, it's 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order Section 6.4E provides that speakers can only speak once. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on any item will be disconnected automatically. Callers will have 1 minute to speak on one agenda item, 2 minutes total to speak on 2 or more agenda items, and 1 minute for general orals. Each speaker will have a maximum of 3 minutes, then they will be disconnected automatically. Please speak when you're prompted and state the number of the agenda item or items you wish to speak on. Or if you want to make a general comment, there is a delay in the broadcast. Do not try to follow what you may hear on the broadcast. We ask you to please turn down the volume on your TV or viewing device and do not use Bluetooth or speakerphones. They really don't work in this format. When speaking on agenda items, you must be on topic. We would like to get in as many speakers as possible. And if you're not speaking on topic, or if we can't tell if you are on topic, you'll get a warning to stay on topic or get back onto it. If you do not then speak on topic, or if you go off topic one more time, you will forfeit the remainder of your time, and we'll move on to the next caller pursuant to City Council Rules of Order Sections 6.5 and Section 6.7B3 and B4. If there are no speakers waiting before the 60-minute period has elapsed, we will close the public comment portion of the meeting. Please note that the council orals will still take place at the end of the meeting. To the call center, do we have anybody called in?
Yes, Mayor. I'll begin to patch in the calls.
Thank you.
Maggie P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello, Council and Mayor. I'm calling today to demand that you immediately fire officers Matthew Concanon and Anthony Chavez for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell that happened a little over 2 years ago, and that you create a civilian oversight commission, which has been a demand not only from the public but also from the Supreme Court. I'm asking that you really get off your feet and do what you got to do. Christopher should be my age right now. We were born in the same year. And just thinking of the pain of his mother, I wouldn't even dare to project any emotions onto her because she expresses them herself. I can't imagine the pain, and you have to do what is right for her family. Thank you.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller.
I lived with her for a bit.
Julia R., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
6A and general oral, please.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
I'm calling in yet again to demand justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Every week I call you. You are memorializing yet another member of your community, but allowing for the demonization and slander of another. Christopher was alive. What do you not understand about that? I am so ashamed of you. I'm so ashamed. Where did you learn this cowardice? Where did you learn not to stand up for your neighbors, let alone someone you promised to serve? Is this what service means to you, just sitting there quietly? We heard last week the same calls that come in here every week from people spewing disgusting hate to bully a grieving mother. Those same people speak for you. Your indifference is worse than these hideous people because it shows you can be numb to this hatred when you actually have the power to do something about it. Why do you never act? Why? What is wrong with you? We ask for accountability. If you truly have nothing to hide, then you would put a civilian oversight committee in place. But it's been 2 years, and I know Matucci is feeling the heat and sweating, begging his freaking friends to come on and bully a mother who lost her only son. And for goodness sake, fire Chavez and Concanon. Do they have to kill a third person for you to take their guns? Show us you are people worth even an ounce of your title and egos, and act. I don't want to hear another meaningless word until you act. Fire officers Chavez and Concanon, and just put a civilian oversight committee in place. I don't know why it's taking you so fucking long. Ah, God, I fucking hate you guys. Fuck you.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. TJ, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, hi, Council. I'm calling on General Oral in 6A.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
I am calling to just once again say that Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concanon need to be fired for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. His life mattered. And where is Matucci tonight? He doesn't feel like eye-rolling his way through another city council meeting. Pathetic. Christopher's life mattered. The Torrance County police officers acted as executioners, not even letting Christopher respond, speak a single word, or even get out of the car with a chance to put his hands up. The officers' inaudible directives to Christopher were a joke. Christopher, who most definitely feared for his life, as all black and brown folks do with interacting with the police. And are you able to imagine a reality, a future that has another approach to these situations? A possible future where community members who are actually trained in peaceful de-escalation, community members who do not pull out their guns and unload them into the bodies, cars, chests, and homes of black and brown folks. Your police officers killed someone within 15 seconds. Officer, judge, jury, executioner. And it is unacceptable. It is deplorable. It is downright racist. Just think about the different ways police approach white people versus the instant murder of countless black women, men, and children. And this will continue until committees like yours actually do something. Whiteness and white supremacy. Come here. Okay. They thrive and will always thrive in darkness and oppression, and the recent deaths of Adam Toledo, Dante Wright, Makia Bryant, and the latest unfolding case in the wrongful death of Andrew Brown Brown Jr., who was shot in the back of the head. It has to stop. And you can do something to show you care. All of these deaths are connected, all connected to you and your dismissal of Christopher's life. And they're all connected to the injustice.
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. JL, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I think it's 6A and oral communications.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Again we call, again I call, again I call to demand a civilian oversight and the firing of Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez, who had deliberately acted just like they've been trained to as killers with no remorse to human life whatsoever, taking the only child, and with no disregard to anything. I'm calling yet again because you guys continue to try to honor these people like they aren't killers, like you guys aren't abetting these killers. You guys are sitting here having the power to change and then get upset when we call you white supremacists. Oh, duh. What do you think that means? White people that have power but believe that they're superiority over black people to continue to cause harm to us. What the fuck do you guys think you're doing right now? Exactly those things. You have the power to change history of Torrance, but you like it to be a sundown town. You like for black people to fear. You actually enjoy putting that onto us. You are literally living your own hideous ancestry. From colonization on, that is who you are choosing to be. You have no integrity because white supremacy doesn't allow integrity. You have no moral because white supremacy doesn't allow moral. You have no conscience because white supremacy don't allow consciousness. So every single day, every single time we call, you're going to hear the same thing over and over again until you do something different, which is make a civilian oversight, fire Matthew Concannon. Those are the fucking basics, honestly, for the safety of all of your communities. So do it. Do the right thing. This is absolutely insane that we have to call all.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Stephanie P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? Mayor, the caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Karina K., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications, please.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, it's good to see you guys pretending to do your jobs, but it's good to see you all here. It's good to see the city manager sitting there. And I'm calling to uplift one of your Torrance residents, Sister Sherilyn, who had her son murdered by your police department. We demand that you fire the killer cop who killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, fire Anthony Chavez, and Matthew Concannon. I don't know, City Manager, if you can start getting the paperwork together for the Civilian Oversight Commission that needs to be started. And all of you other puppets sitting there, you guys can vote on trees, you guys can vote on fucking honorariums, you can vote on fucking lobbying against affordable housing, but you just simply refuse to vote on what your community demands out of you. Your actions are criminal. Do you know that? Do you know that your corruption is criminal? Do you know that you sitting here just doing...
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Cheryl Lynn, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you, ma'am. Your 1 minute starts now.
I just want to say, keep your family members close. Keep your kids close. Because they will be easily sold within 15 seconds by the people who are supposed to protect them. And they will try to justify what they're doing and take up for them, and like it's okay to do so. My son's life matters. I miss him so much. And it's crazy how you have to live without your child.
daily basis, and the world keeps saying it's okay, the cops just keep killing and killing us. We have to keep fighting and fighting the justice system. Something has to change. I demand that Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon be fired. They are held that they are held accountable for murdering my son. I say justice in the name of my son. Let's keep.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I would like to talk oral 8A and 9B, please.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now. I'm sorry, your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. I would like to start with my oral communication, and I would like to recall Timmy Goodrich because he's always absent. He is not up to the job. He's not showing up for the meeting, and that's a good thing because he cannot vote. Other thing, the city blew the opportunity to elect a police chief in a democratic city, in a democratic country, where people vote freely, should have the right to vote for an elected police chief. But no, you guys blew that one too. All right. I would like to also mention the bad voice quality of the meetings. The picture quality is like giving 100 to 200 points to each of you because you look twice as wide. You're going to look like me. Anyway, all right. Let's go to the uniforms, the city workers' uniforms. Yes, they need uniforms, but please don't forget the name tags, first name and last name, so we would know who is that wonderful gentleman who's doing a great job in our city. And we could look up their wages, benefits, and salaries and pension plans. All right. This 8B finance report, I added up the number of firefighters and fire chiefs, and I divided the money we're spending on the fire department, and I came up with $272,727. I repeat, each average paycheck in the Torrance Fire Department is $272,000 and $727. So instead of trying to go in business in transporting, and you spent already $3 million starting up the transporting business, instead of that, you could just reduce wages and benefits of these officers, or have them a second job, polishing people's cars or detailing people's cars at the fire stations when they're not on call. And also, I forgot the important thing. Okay, the Torrance Beach, whatever testing is, I'm sorry to tell Mrs. Ashcroft, that's not Torrance Beach. That's LA County Beach. And a good idea for you guys, I was at the movie shoot today, and hundreds of people were eating there. Move all your restaurants up to the LA County Beach parking lot, and hundreds of people could be fed and make money for the city. You could rent out that.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up.
Thank you, Mr. Turda, for sharing your thoughts.
Kim I, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral comment.
Thank you, ma'am. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, I'm just calling I'm calling it again to remind you to give justice to Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and his mother. Your officers killed him. They've been given no punishment, no accountability. Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez. And it's just disgusting that every week we call in, nothing happens. All I know is I cannot wait until the DA reopens the case, and y'all are going to look like fools for sitting on this for so long. Just straight fools. It's just, I'm really disappointed that we have to keep calling because you guys will not do what you're supposed to do. No civilian oversight committee. We demand that you set one up. You were supposed to do it. You haven't done it. This is a horrible thing to do to a mother. Horrible. So I'm begging you.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Cat B, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Calling on items 6A and oral communication.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you. You know, it's great that you would honor someone who actually saves lives, like a firefighter like Captain Scott Kahn. I wish you would honor Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's life the way you honor your city workers, at least with lip service you honor them, but you're very, very good at lip service in general. You give lip service to Black History Month, you give lip service to Earth Day, you give lip service to fair housing, but we don't see a hell of a lot of action from y'all regarding actual justice and fairness, particularly when your cops murder your constituents. Like they murdered Christopher, like Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon murdered Christopher. There's no action from you as far as accountability after more than 2 years, which is the bare minimum that we should expect. Every single police department should have a civilian oversight commission, not just yours, every single one. That's bare minimum. There should always be a body to hold your police accountable. The fact that you don't think so really speaks so lowly of your will to protect your constituents and their safety. Like, do you not understand that your reputations are going to follow you outside of these jobs? People can look into what you're doing here, see you sitting on your hands, see you upholding white supremacy, see you doing absolutely fucking nothing to protect your constituents. And no one's going to want to vote for you except racists. And they're dying out. We're going to make sure that their ideology does not spread any further. So who's going to want you? Who's going to want you when you won't even do the most bare minimum of justice? For Christ's sake, and you cut off his mother like she's nobody when she's grieving? That's disgusting. Have a freaking heart.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Stephanie P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, I'm calling in again, like so many others, to speak on behalf of Cheryl and Haynes. I stand with her. I have been standing with her and will continue to until we get some sort of response in this fight and for justice in the name of her son, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. He was murdered in cold blood by Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. They have had no accountability, no repercussions, no changes. There has been nothing done. Basically, the city of Torrance has said, we approve of this kind of slaughter of our citizens. And it's unacceptable, and it's evil, and it's racist, and it's inhumane, and we are fucking tired of it. You have to do something. And I don't want to hear people say that you don't have a right to, or you don't have the authority to address it. You do, and you know you do. And we are going to keep showing up until you do. We demand accountability. We demand civilian oversight. Do it now.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Mary Ann, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
What happened with the conviction of Chauvin was absolute minimum. And it took the whole world to hold the system to account so they would hold Chauvin to account. And you must be shaken in your boots. This does not mean the system works. It's an exception, but we are getting closer. I'm sure you can feel it. You are an example of how it doesn't work. You were investigated and ignored the recommendation to create a civilian oversight commission. You have insisted that we all be here while our most simple demands are ignored. To fire the officers and create a civilian oversight commission. You refuse to do this. You must be concerned. And I'm sure accountability is coming for you. And you have unnecessarily compounded this tragedy by not doing the absolute least you can do. Black Lives Matter. Christopher's life matters.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Elizabeth K., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. I'm calling tonight to lift up the name of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, whose life was tragically stolen by your police officers, by Concannon and Chavez, who are still policing in Torrance. That makes me uncomfortable, to say the least. And there's so many things I want to say when I come to these meetings and try to trigger something in your brains that helps you be more human. Like, how dehumanized must you all be if you can sit here and listen to Christopher's mother and all of us week after week? I mean, year after year. I was talking to my 10-year-old son this morning at dinner, and he said, "Still about Christopher, Mommy?" And I said, "Yes, still about Christopher." And the thing is that you need to understand that what these officers did and what you are continuing to do by refusing to do anything to show that you care, to show that you recognize the evil that was perpetrated against this child.
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Torrance Patriot, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Hello, 6A, 9A, and oral.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I stand in solidarity with the Torrance Police Department, the firefighters, the first responders, and the city workers. I want to thank all of you for keeping us safe and our city clean. I want to talk about a couple of things tonight. Everybody keeps talking about cutting off Sister Sherilyn. Everybody gets the same amount of time, no matter who it is, whether it's the lady from the Torrance Theater Company or it's Sister Sherilyn, as they call her. So nobody is trying to be mean or whatever. And when I go over if I go over my time, y'all are going to cut me off too. So let's just stop with that. All you Black Lives Matter people. It's not an argument that makes any sense. And if Christopher had not been in that car that night that he stole from another human being that worked his butt off to buy it, Christopher would be alive today. And you all can call people like me bullies, but we love our city, we love our police, and it's absolutely ridiculous. I do want to also wish Fire Captain Scott Kahn a happy retirement. And as far as the COVID, I was hoping that I see kids in the schoolyards still running around with masks on. I hope maybe the city can do something and have them not have to be running around with those masks on, because I'm sure it's pretty toxic, taxing on their respiratory systems since they're outside, and the new rule has been instilled today by President Biden. Anyways, and now back to Mr. Mitchell. What can I say? He was a career criminal, and the police officers did not murder him. For everybody out there in TV land, you can go on to YouTube and find the videos for yourself. He was not complying. He had a gun between his legs, and he didn't give the officers any other choice. Unfortunately, these guys did not want to have to shoot him. Nobody does. And all the other, all I can say is, if you better teach your kids, if you're pulled over, comply, don't resist, and, you'll...
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Jamie, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
I was just calling on general public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
All right, thank you. First off, that last caller was just absolutely incorrect. Not a thing they said was true whatsoever. I can't state that clear enough. But just regarding Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, just no human being deserves to have their life taken. And the fact that nothing has been done about this for so long is so heartbreaking. When an officer's job is to protect and serve, they should be able to come into contact with members of the community and not cause death. It's that simple. I apologize for the family and anyone listening. That last caller was absolutely terrible. Everything that I had to say, I can't focus because that was so terrible. But I cannot state clearly enough that it was all misinformation. Thank you. I yield the remainder of my time.
Mayor, that caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Jennifer, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello, I am calling to uplift the demand to fire officers Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez, and I am calling on the creation of a civilian oversight commission. But most importantly, I would like to address this Torrance Patriot person. I would like to know, Torrance Patriot, if you're still listening, I think you are because you are a crook and a snake. What is your name? What is your first name and what is your last name? Because you have a lot of shit to say, but it seems like you're really scared to say who the fuck you are. Don't say anything about Black Lives Matter and don't say anything about our sister, Sherilyn. Fuck you, bitch. Say what your fucking first and last name is because nobody fucks with you and you're hiding in the shadows and you're weak as fuck. So fuck you. And City Council, do what the fuck we said, please. You guys are lazy bitch asses. Do what the fuck we said. Can you do it? You have brains? You have sense? Competence?
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Scott P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yeah, I'm just calling in, complete sadness and disbelief that the disregard of the life of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell is less important than the jobs of Concannon and Chavez. It's just, it's mind-boggling. I cannot believe it. I'd like to ask if you understand the complexities and multitudes of racism. I think you do, and that is the most chilling part of all of this. You are also comfortable sitting in your blanket of racial injustice status quo that you don't want to do anything. You want things to stay the same, and that is just terrifying. You do not care that black women and men are murdered by the police officers because protecting white...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. BJ, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
6A, public comment.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Let me just start by saying Black Lives Matter, defund the police, and end police association. I'm here. My name is BJ. I'm standing in solidarity with Sister Sherilyn and the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell in demanding justice for this life that was unjustly stolen. That is why we're here demanding that you fire Officer Chavez and Officer Concannon after over 2 years of reasonable demands. I'm also here because you guys should create a civilian oversight committee, which we're told to do by a grand jury. None of you probably are attorneys, which I am, and it's not that I'm here in any way for pecuniary gain. I'm here because I stand for critical justice, for things needing to transform and be better, and to challenge you each to be better critical leaders for Torrance, Mississippi, as it's stuck in the 1950s, with ridiculous callers trying to blame victims and talk down to mothers
Are you serious? Like, this is the cultural standard that you have set for this community, and it's disgusting. You should be ashamed of yourself. I hope Sister Sherilyn knows how much we in Black Lives Matter Los Angeles, as well as Black Lives Matter in the area, support and love her, because this society does not. And we love the spirit of her son, and we will carry on in his name. That's why we say his name, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Say his name, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. And I'm calling in with a heavy heart tonight. One of my friends died today. But I'll be damned if I let you guys get away with overriding another black life. I'll be damned. We love you, Sister Sherilyn. We stand with you. And even though these
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Lewis, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
It's Louise, and I'm calling in on oral communication.
Thank you, ma'am. Your 1 minute starts now.
First, I want to applaud and uplift everything that the last caller said. She has an incredibly beautiful heart, and I want to honor Sherilyn Haynes, especially in demanding justice for her son, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, along with most of the callers who have reached out tonight, and to demand that Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon both be fired for murdering Christopher. Christopher's life matters. I also demand, along with everyone else who has, that you establish a civilian oversight commission for your police department. That's the least that you should do in the wake of this killing and others that have happened in your city by your police department. That's the least you should do for justice for your constituents. It's
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Sam, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yeah, I just wanted to speak on general public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yeah, I just wanted to call in just because you're demonstrating nothing but complete failure. I just wanted to give you by comparison the city of where police actually didn't even fire shots in 2020, the entire year, due to reform. You haven't even established the police commission, the civilian oversight commission. I think that's like 4 or 5 years ago that was supposed to happen. Absolute demonstration of failure to do anything when it's literally been every single meeting people are calling in. Why is there not a civilian oversight committee? Why haven't you done anything about Christopher DeAndre Mitchell? Well, what is taking so long? Why is there literally nothing happening? You have nothing to do but work for the people. That's your job. And yet you haven't even done the bare minimum. Not to mention, there are examples.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Elke, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Number 7.
Thank you. 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you. I just wanted to say to please stop donating to institutions supporting, hiring, and allowing Marxist indoctrination of our children, youth, and young adults. This terrorist Marxist BLM, calling every single week, is run by Professor Melina Abdullah from Cal State Los Angeles. And we also have Professor Karen Baldry from Cal State Dominguez Hills as well. So please stop donating to both of these universities. Now, the City Council does not have the power to fire any officer. We know that. At any rate, I'm going to say this, do not fire the police officers. He was in a stolen car, he had a weapon, he was not complying, he was not murdered. Jennifer, why don't you give your last name? The patriot that calls in, and every single patriot that calls in, does not stand alone. Get that through your head. You are outnumbered. There's more of us than you. I stand in solidarity with the Torrance Police Department, as well as city leaders, fire department, businesses, and residents who love our Republic of the United States.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up, and she was the last caller in the call center. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our oral communications for this evening. We move on with our agenda. We're taking 10A out of order for convenience of the call center. Now is the time and place for a public hearing on agenda item 10A, a recommendation of the Planning Commission and of the Community Development Director that the City Council conduct a public hearing on land use study 20-01003 regarding proposed amendments to the Torrance Municipal Code pertaining to the regulation of accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units, and adopt an ordinance amending the Torrance Municipal Code pertaining to the regulation of accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units. To the clerk, has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Thank you. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor, there is.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Good evening. I am Leo Orts with the Planning Division, and tonight we have a presentation that covers the material contained in the agenda item. And before we continue, I do want to note there is a supplemental item with a minor revision to the draft ordinance, adding reference in the title to the Torrance Municipal Code. And also observed in the draft ordinance, there is a Scrivener's error with the date of tonight's City Council meeting as May 4th, 2021, which had been included as a placeholder based on scheduling. Next slide, please. This presentation will provide a brief background on ADUs and recent changes in state law, the proposed amendments with visual aids, and will conclude with staff recommendation. Next slide, please. Over the past several years, there has been considerable discussion throughout California regarding a statewide housing crisis involving rising housing costs and shortages in affordable housing. In response to these issues, one solution sought by the state legislature involved the creation of accessory dwelling units, formerly known as second units or granny flats, to increase housing supplies of what have been traditionally been viewed as more affordable. Between 2016 through 2020, state legislative actions in the form of 13 bills have made significant changes to the regulation of ADUs and JDUs. In response to these changes, in 2017 and again in 2019, the City Council reviewed and adopted amendments to the Torrance Municipal Code to ensure there's no interruption of local regulatory authority over ADU development. Adhering to the regulations established in ADU state law, these amendments rendered the code more permissive toward ADU development. Next slide, please. Since adoption of the most recent amendments in 2019, the California Department of Housing and Community Development, referred to as HCD, has communicated with staff regarding certain provisions previously understood to comply with state law, specifically the minimum floor area requirement for an ADU and the minimum floor area size of an efficiency unit. HCD has advised these current provisions do not meet the intent of state law and are a barrier to ADU development. Therefore, to ensure there's no interruption of local regulatory authority over ADU development, amendments are necessary to achieve compliance with state law. Staff notes that proposed amendments would not result in ADUs or JDUs of greater size and height, nor allow further leniency of local ADU development standards other than as required by state law. The proposed amendments would also not result in changes to the boundaries or any further differentiation of ADU development standards than were previously established for designated areas and limited designated areas. Staff also notes the proposed amendments were shared with HCD for preliminary approval, or review, and as presented, HCD has provided preliminary approval. Next slide, please. The proposed amendments make various changes to the existing ordinance. However, the foremost amendments involve permitted zones, height limits, setback requirements, floor area sizes, density, design standards, and JDU expansion areas. Next slide, please. The proposed amendment clarifies that ADUs are allowed on lots located within zones that permit residential uses by right or by conditional use, and that contain an existing or proposed single-family dwelling or accessory structure. Following guidance from HCD, the amendments also add that for purposes of an ADU, a structure with 2 or more attached dwellings on a single lot is considered a multi-family multi-family dwelling structure, and that multiple detached individual dwellings on the same lot are not considered multi-family dwellings. A lot with multiple detached There we go. Alrighty. A lot with multiple detached individual dwellings is also eligible for the creation of one ADU per lot. Next slide, please. Furthermore, the amendments would also prohibit the combination of ADUs on lots developed with existing multifamily structures. Previously, it was unclear if multiple ADUs could be developed within the portions of multifamily structures that are not used as livable space, in combination with two detached ADUs in a lot. HCD has provided guidance that local agencies may elect to allow these ADU types together, but are not required to. Next slide, please. Shown here is a visual aid to the prior slides. In the yellow color rectangle are two detached single-family dwellings located on a lot. And in the red color rectangle are two attached dwellings located on a lot. Previously, it was unclear if ADUs were permitted on these types of lots. Following guidance from HCD, multiple detached individual dwellings on the same lot, as shown in the yellow color rectangle, are not considered multifamily, and therefore are eligible for the creation of an ADU, such as constructing a detached ADU, or by converting non-livable space, such as a garage. And for the attached dwellings shown in the red color rectangle, HCD considers these as multifamily, and therefore eligible for the creation of an ADU within portions that are not used as livable space, again, such as converting a garage or constructing two detached ADUs. Next slide, please. The proposed amendments maintain the existing height limits based on location within designated areas and limited designated areas, and further specify that ADUs located within designated areas not exceed 2 stories, and ADUs located within limited designated areas not exceed 1 story. Staff notes the proposed amendments do not result in ADUs of greater height. Next slide, please. Shown here is a visual aid to the prior slide. Shown in purple color is a new ADU, and shown in green color is an existing dwelling. When located in designated areas, the maximum height of a new 1-story ADU is 16 feet when detached, and 18 feet when attached to the primary dwelling. The maximum height of a new 2-story ADU is 23 feet when detached, and 27 feet when attached to the primary dwelling. These height limits were previously established to maintain appropriate size and scale limitations for ADUs, as the size and scale of any structure on a lot plays a crucial role in the character of the neighborhood. As the term suggests, ADUs are intended to be an accessory to the primary dwelling, and therefore subordinate in scale and height. Next slide, please. When located in limited designated areas, the maximum height of a new 1-story ADU is 16 feet when detached from the single family or the primary dwelling, or attached to the primary dwelling. Again, staff notes the proposed amendments do not alter the existing height limits. The purpose of the amendment is to further specify that ADUs located within limited designated areas not exceed 1 story. Next slide, please. As for the setback requirement, per the direction of HCD, and specific only to ADUs, the proposed amendments remove the current 10-foot setback to the exterior side property line for corner lots, and applies a 4-foot setback to a side and rear property line, also to an exterior side property line for corner lots. Staff notes SB 765 Stern was recently introduced in February 2021 and would offer some local control of ADUs by allowing rear and side yard setback requirements to be no greater than those established on January 1st, 2020. This would allow the current 10-foot exterior side yard setback to remain as opposed to the 4-foot exterior side yard setback. If that bill is signed into law, staff will return with amendments to align that capability. Separately, the proposed amendments specify a 20-foot setback to the front property line and a 6-foot building separation in between structures. Next slide, please. Shown here is a visual aid to the prior slide. Shown within the red color outline is a lot developed with a single-family dwelling with a detached garage. Shown in purple color again is a new ADU attached to the garage conversion, and shown in green color is an addition to the primary dwelling. In this example, the primary dwelling addition is subject to the development standards of the Torrance Municipal Code, which require a 20-foot front yard setback, a 10-foot exterior side yard setback, and a 6-foot separation to another structure. In contrast, the new ADU is subject only to the setback requirements provided in state law, which only require a 4-foot setback to the side and rear property line. As previously mentioned, HCD has provided direction that the existing 10-foot exterior side yard setback cannot be applied to the ADU, and therefore requires such amendment. Next slide, please. As for the floor area size, the proposed amendments standardize the maximum floor area size limits of ADUs as allowed by state law. Therefore, the maximum floor area size of an attached or detached ADU is 1,000 square feet. Staff notes this would result in a reduction in allowable floor area from 1,200 square feet to 1,000 square feet for a new detached ADU. Staff is proposing the reduction to maintain appropriate size and scale limitations for ADUs. As previously mentioned, ADUs are intended to be an accessory to the primary dwelling and therefore should be subordinate in size. The amendment does introduce a sunset provision for allowing ADUs up to 1,200 square feet within designated areas. The sunset provision would be effective 180 days from adoption of the ordinance by the City Council to submit for a building plan check, and is intended to allow a grace period for prospective ADU builders that may already be developing building plans. Also, as previously said, per direction from HCD, the proposed amendments eliminate the minimum floor area requirement for an ADU, and now only reference the Health and Safety Code for the minimum floor area size of an efficiency unit, which is 150 square feet. The current ordinance has set a standard for the minimum size of an ADU based on the number of bedrooms as provided in the Torrance Municipal Code, and had limited the minimum size of an efficiency unit to 220 square feet. HCD has advised these provisions do not meet the intent of state law and are a barrier to ADU development. Staff notes that proposed amendments would not result in ADUs or JDUs of greater size, nor allow further leniency of local ADU development standards other than as required by state law. There is also no change to the maximum floor area size of a JADU, which is limited by state law to 500 square feet. Next slide, please. As for density, the proposed amendment clarifies that for purposes of calculating allowable density under the General Plan and Zoning Code, an ADU is an accessory use that does not count toward the allowable density for the lot. For example, if a zoning district allows 1 unit per 6,000 square feet, then an ADU would not be counted as an additional unit for the purposes of calculating allowable density. Staff notes the proposed amendment would not result in increases to density other than as required by state law. Next slide, please. The proposed amendments make changes to the design standards for ADUs so that such are sufficiently objective to allow ministerial review. The amendments note the exterior design of the ADU shall match the primary dwelling, as opposed to the current requirement that the ADU shall be compatible with the primary dwelling, which is not objective. The amendments also specify that openings to roof decks and decks greater than 2 feet above grade are prohibited. The amendment also specifies that new entry doors shall not open on the same elevation as the entry door to the primary dwelling, and that said entry door shall not open directly toward an alley. Next slide, please. The amendments also specify new stairways shall be completely enclosed as part of the interior of the structure, and would also now prohibit new mezzanines, lofts, and intermediate levels in the form of a balcony. The intent is to prevent privacy impacts resulting from new ADU construction, where such impacts are typically assessed through a discretionary permitting process. Staff notes that per state law, ADUs are not subject to discretionary review. Next slide, please. Shown here is a visual aid to the prior slide. As mentioned, the proposed amendments would prohibit mezzanines, shown in green color, and specify openings to roof decks are also prohibited, shown in red color. The existing design standards already prohibit openings to balconies, shown in yellow color, and openings to decks, shown in brown color. And the proposed amendments specify that openings to decks greater than 2 feet in height are prohibited. Again, as previously mentioned, the intent is to allow decks that would likely not result in privacy impacts, such as within 2 feet above grade, and prevent decks that may result in privacy impacts, such as when located on a slope. The 2-foot height limit is proposed because it is in keeping with existing standards in the Torrance Municipal Code. The amendments also specify new stairways, shown in orange color, shall be completely enclosed as part of the interior of the structure. Next slide, please. Lastly, as for JDU expansion areas and interior access, HCD has clarified that state law only allows expansion of floor areas for ADUs, and therefore the proposed amendment removes this possibility for JDUs. The amendment also prohibits JDU interior access to the primary dwelling. Staff notes the existing provision allowing JDU interior access conflicts with building code requirements for firewall separation, and therefore recommends the proposed amendment. Next slide, please. And in closing remarks, staff again notes the proposed amendments would not result in ADUs or JDUs of greater size and height, nor allow further leniency of local ADU development standards other than as required by state law. The proposed amendments would also not result in changes to the boundaries or any further differentiation of ADU development standards than were previously established for designated areas and limited designated areas. Staff also notes the proposed amendments were shared with HCD for preliminary review, and as presented, HCD has provided preliminary approval. The draft ordinance contains the recommended amendments to the Torrance Municipal Code that, in the judgment of staff, allow for appropriate oversight of ADU development in compliance with state law. The Planning Commission and Community Development Director recommend the City Council consider adoption of an ordinance amending the Torrance Municipal Code pertaining to the regulation of accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units, and approve an ordinance summary for publication. With that said, thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. That concludes our presentation, and we are available for questions.
Thank you. Before we go on to council questions, to members of the public, if you wish to speak on item 10A, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.4E provides that speakers can only speak once. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on any item will be disconnected. Callers will have 2 minutes to speak on item 10A, and we ask you, when you're speaking on 10A, you must be on topic. We would like to get in as many speakers as possible, and if you're not speaking on topic, you will get a warning to be on topic, and if you do not then speak on topic, or if you go off topic, you'll forfeit the remainder of your time, and we'll move on to the next caller pursuant to City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.5 and Section 6.7B3 and B4. Now, do we have any questions of council? I see Councilmember Griffiths has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Orts, for your presentation. I really appreciate that. This is a really potentially confusing subject to the general public, and your slides help make it a little bit more understandable, and I appreciate that. I have a lot to say on this. I'm going to reserve most of my comments until after I've heard from the public, but I did have a couple of questions. In regards to ADUs in multifamily, like an apartment complex, for instance, are apartment complex owners able to convert garage space into ADUs under these rules?
That is correct. So per state law, an ADU can be developed on a property developed with a multifamily residence, converted from existing non-habitable space, such as a carport or garage, or a boiler room or a laundry room.
And I know the answer to these questions, but I want to make sure the public is aware of this. The parking then that might be taken over by these ADUs is not required to be replaced, is that correct?
That is correct.
So in our neighborhoods where we have higher density apartments and so forth, if the owners choose to build ADUs in their parking areas, that will push more of the residents' parking to the streets. Would I be safe in saying that?
That is correct. Replacement parking is not required, nor is parking required for that specific type of ADU.
And I think it's safe to say that in most of the areas in our city where we have higher density apartments and so forth, we already have parking problems on our streets. That's probably a safe statement?
It's safe to say for those properties developed with that or exhibit existing parking constraints, yes.
Great, thank you. So this is something that I'm very concerned about, and unfortunately, we don't have much say in our ability to change this because this is coming from the state. This is not something that the city is requesting or our council is requesting. This is mandated by the state.
Mandated, yes.
And really, we don't really have an option on passing this ordinance because if we don't, we're in violation of state orders. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And then one last question for now. We have some other ordinances that apply to certain areas of the city, for instance, our hillside overlay. Does that hillside overlay protect residents from the development of some of these types of units, like ADUs and ADUs?
The hillside ordinance does not protect residents or offer any other level of review for ADUs because ADUs are not subject to discretionary review. The hillside ordinance itself is a discretionary review process. ADUs are ministerial only, so folks have by right to construct an ADU provided they meet the development standards. The statewide exemption ADU is a maximum of 16 feet in height, 800 to 1,000 square feet in size, 4-foot setbacks. Yeah.
So ordinance like the hillside overlay that the city has worked very hard to develop over the years is basically being eliminated by some of these state mandated laws that are coming down, like the ADU laws that we've had to adopt. And I just want to make sure the public is aware of this, is that when they start seeing ADUs being built or JADUs being built and blocking an ocean view, for instance, and we come back and say, I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do about it, it's truly not within our capability to stop that under these laws. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I really appreciate your information, and I hope the public is paying attention to what's going on, and I'll talk more about this after the public has spoken. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ashcraft.
Thank you. I just had a thought, and I'm sorry I didn't ask ahead of time. You might not know. If there's a detached ADU built, can that be used for a short-term rental? Or with our ordinance, to be a short-term rental, does the owner have to be within the unit or just on the property?
So to answer the first part of the question, the detached ADU is not eligible for short-term rental. That's per state law and local ordinance as well.
Okay.
Now, if the property owner wanted to operate short-term rental out of the primary dwelling, let's say at the front, and wanted to reside at the rear in the accessory dwelling unit, that is an option, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of council? Seeing none, we'll say it's the call center. Is anybody called in to speak on item 10A?
Mayor, we do have one caller on the line.
Thank you. Patch them through.
I'm sorry, two callers. I'll patch in the first one. Workshop, you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to tell you I prefer a single-family home, and I hate ADUs and JDUs and all that sort of stuff. But this is, unfortunately, the perfect example. And the big boys up there telling you what to do, you're running around like little children pooping their pants. You should have worked on these things months, if not years ago. And don't forget that the people voted for all those politicians who shoving down these things on your throat. And instead of talking about bicycle laws and what and this and what have not, we should have get to this problem way before. On the other hand, I was just driving in Torrance following parking enforcer in my area, and looked at those houses. Torrance is already overbuilt. Torrance has multiple units on single-family homes. You already approved those two dwellings on one single-family residence. So what is the big problem? What is the big problem? And unfortunately, these instructions coming from above, the state of California decided they're not going to spread California, they're not going to spread the population anymore. There are affordable housing in the middle of the desert. Move out there. You can buy a house and acreage for $100,000, $200,000. Unfortunately, that's not what the state of California wants. The state of California wants people stay here and go up on each other or have multiple units. So I hate it. and I cannot do nothing about it, and you could have do something about it months and years ago. But no, you were sitting on your butt and worked on how do we park our bicycle at the civic center. And it,
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. William A., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Good evening. I really appreciate what Councilmember Griffith and how you asked all of the questions so that we can better understand what's going on. So yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, there's I don't think there's anything good about the ADUs and the juniors and all of that stuff that you guys are talking about. One of the questions I had is can the city limit the number of ADUs in the community? Say X amount is approved for Walteria, for Seaside, for the different communities that make up Torrance. That wasn't clear to me. Or is it as long as they meet the criteria, an ADU can be built? So that's one of my questions, and the other is just again a comment is I agree with Pork Chop. I mean we're just there's just too much building already going on, and I'm a little concerned about the parking. So thank you and have a good evening.
Mayor, that caller disconnected himself, and that ends all the calls in the call center for the hearing.
Thank you very much for tonight's help on orals and on item 10A. Mr. Ortiz, I know the answer, but the man asked the question, is there a way, can the state limit the numbers of the ADUs by the area?
So per state law, ADUs are allowed by right in zones that permit by right residential uses or by conditional use. So that includes commercial zones that through a normal discretionary permitting process such as a conditional use permit, that lot can be developed within a single family residence or an ADU itself by right. So I think the short answer is no.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And along those lines, I reached out to Mr. Santana earlier today with some of the numbers. And since 2017, the numbers are 270 ADUs have been permitted in our city. And I want to remind everybody that ADUs are private endeavors by private people who are actually residents of our city, people who own property in our city who are doing that. And during that same period of time, City Council approved single-family residence, 52 building permits issued for new single-family residents. And in that same period of time, there have been 6 major project entitlements, not built yet, involved multifamily residential development for a total of 178 dwelling units. So it appears as though there are more ADUs than development by outside developers. These are the people who are your neighbors, your friends, and people who live down your block. So ADUs, as Mr. Ortiz pointed out, is by a matter of right. We have to comply with the laws, and we have to amend our building codes to and ordinances to comply with the state regulations, and that's why we're here. This is the 3rd time that I recall that we have amended our ADU requirements. So that being said, your relief, sir, and I'm going to ask for a motion to close the public hearing.
I move to close public hearing, Mayor.
Thank you.
I will second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Council Members Goodrich and Matucci absent.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffith?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I am so compelled to have to speak on this issue. As the mayor indicated, this is not the first time we've been discussing this. Staff has spent countless hours, countless dollars of city taxpayer money to implement these state laws, which by the votes on this council, none of us here want. And this is another problem that I have with what the state's going, is that I consider these what some people term an unfunded mandate, where the state's forcing us to do things against our will of our local community, and forcing us to spend our money that we could be spending on other things for the community to implement their rules. And in this case, it's implementing these ordinances and the time required to put this together. And it's been an exhaustive process by staff, and I commend them for the effort that they put in to try to go along with the state laws. And the horrible thing is that this is just the tip of the iceberg. These ADU laws have been in place now for a couple of years, or in the process of being put in place over the last few years. But there is a whole slew of new state ordinances or state bills in the works, not yet passed, and this is where we have an opportunity to do something, that are going to come and potentially change the makeup of our communities if we don't stop and do something. And some of these bills we've talked about here in previous council meetings recently, and I appreciate staff's work to try to help us identify the good bills and the bad bills and try to inform the public. And I really want to stress to the public that your voice is important to be heard on these upcoming bills. If you don't like some of the stuff that we're having to do here tonight, you're really going to hate some of the stuff that's coming down the pipe that are totally going to alter the look and feel of our communities if passed. We all feel like there's the American dream of having our own little home in a nice, quiet residential neighborhood with a picket fence. The state is destroying the American dream by altering the desire or the ability for us to live in that kind of a community. Kind of a community that I call an R1 residential neighborhood, where it's one housing unit per lot. And we've already lost that. There's no such thing technically as an R1 lot. I mean, yeah, there is by our code, but an R1 lot doesn't mean what we all think it does, where you have one housing unit on one lot. And now with these ADUs, we can have up to 3 housing units technically on one lot. And some of these bills that are coming down, you're going to see potential units of 10 or potentially even more units on some of these bills on a single lot in a residential, formerly R1 zone neighborhood, and we won't have the ability to do anything about it. And so I just urge the public to pay attention to what's going on in Sacramento with these bills. Join your local homeowners association. They're aware of what's going on, and they can help educate you with what's happening. Participate, speak up, call your state legislators, here in Torrance. Those people are Al Marsucci is our assembly member, and our Senator Ben Allen, and our Senator Stephen Bradford. Those are the folks that are going to be voting on bills like this ADU laws that are coming up out of Sacramento. So it's really important for the public. We won't have a say in it. If these bills pass, there's nothing we're going to be able to do. There's nothing our planning department's going to be able to do except for to spend more of our taxpayer money doing things that our public and our council doesn't want done in our community. So we need the public to speak out. It's a difficult task. We've all been preoccupied with so many other challenges, and unfortunately the state's moving forward full bore with some of these housing-related things that take away our ability to manage our own city. And so I'm thankful for a unified council that feels the same way, that we're really unhappy with some of these things that are affecting the nature of how our community will look if these bills continue to get passed. And I just continue to urge public to become more aware and become more knowledgeable. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak up and help share that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments by council? I see none. Madam Clerk, may we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is ordinance number 3889, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Torrance Municipal Code, Chapter 1, Article 2 of Division 9 by deleting Section 91.2.169, amending Chapter 1, Article 2 of Division 9 by deleting Section 91.2.176, amending Chapter 2, Article 2 of Division 9 by amending Section 92.2.10, and amending Chapter 2, Article 2 of Division 9 by amending Section 92.2.11, 22.11, amending the provisions regarding accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to adopt ordinance number 3889 and approve an ordinance summary for publication. Councilmember Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I very reluctantly move to adopt ordinance 3889.
And approve the ordinance summary for publication.
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you.
And I second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with council members Goodrich and Matucci absent.
Thank you. We're moving on now to item 8, the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to pull any items listed under consent calendar? I see none, so I'll take a motion to accept the entire consent calendar, items 8A through 8D.
I move to adopt all items on the consent calendar, items 8A to 8 Delta.
I'll second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with council members Goodrich and Matucci absent.
Thank you. That brings us to item 9A from the city manager to provide a COVID-19 recovery update and determine direction on orders from the County of Los Angeles and the state of California. Mr. Shaparian.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Shaparian, City Manager. Earlier today, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, also known as CDC, issued a new guidance that allows fully vaccinated individuals not to wear masks for limited outdoor activities. I want to emphasize outdoor. Public Health is reviewing these recommendations and will be updating the health officer order shortly. Next week, we'll have more details. Furthermore, LA County has begun to meet the qualifications for the least restrictive yellow tier in the state's blueprint for a safer economy framework. If the county maintains current levels of declines or declines in the case rate and the test positivity rate for an additional week, it is possible in early May for the county to move to the yellow tier. Public Health will be working with the Board of Supervisors and sector partners to prepare for the county's possible move to the yellow tier as early as Cinco de Mayo, May 5th. So that's the final tier as we prepare for the gradual reopening to a less restrictive area. Specifically in Torrance, today we have 7,227 reported cases. Unfortunately, our death count in Torrance is now at 208. We continue to work with our businesses to help them with their operations, both indoors and outdoors. And several cultural arts center facilities have reopened with modifications in place. Pleased to announce Saddleback Church, which is a longtime user here at the Cultural Arts Center, is now hosting services on Sundays in the Torino Plaza, Toyota Meeting Hall, and Recreation Center. Outdoor performances, exercise classes, and wedding ceremonies and receptions are scheduled in the Torrance Cultural Arts Center outdoor spaces throughout the summer. Our staff has been busy scheduling these facilities. Several larger festivals and craft fairs have been scheduled beginning in August. Again, enforcement of posted permit parking signs and posted no parking street sweeping resumed on April 1st, 2021. Initial grace period from April 1st through 18th was in place to issue warnings, which we have. And parking enforcement has resumed in areas with posted signs on April 19th. And we'd like to thank the public for complying with these new requirements. We have additional information. Bear with me. Today, there's been lots of moving pieces in the COVID front, so I pulled all these pieces. And the flyer is, it's never been easier to get vaccinated. As you probably heard, there's walk-in opportunities for the public. Before, you had to go and register in time, and there was greater demand. You may still register at myturnca.gov. However, the closest LA County location at Forum, 3900 Manchester Boulevard, Monday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., you may go for in-person vaccination. And at the time, when you get vaccinated, they'll reschedule you for your second vaccine. And I think in LA County, we're now reaching almost half the population having received at least one dose of vaccine. And then going back to Torrance, I like to again thank our community, our staff, for all their efforts, and appreciate the efforts of our EOC team. Myself, Chief Serna, and Ms. Juan are available for any questions you may have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Shabarian. I looked at some of the statistics as well myself, and I believe we're reaching almost 56% within the city of Torrance of vaccinated people, and I would encourage everybody to get a vaccination. We, not too many months ago, the death rates and the infection rates were horrific, and California was leading the country in coronavirus, and right now, as we sit here tonight, we are leading the country in the lowest numbers in coronavirus. Apparently we did something right, and perhaps that's because the message that we're going out, people taking care of the hygiene issues as well as staying away from people and social distancing and wearing masks and vaccinating. So I want everybody, your cooperation has made this possible. It's only by the public doing it. Public health and governmental agencies can suggest things or order things, but unless you do it, we would never get there. And I really appreciate all the cooperation that we as a city and we as a county and we as a state have actually received. So we're on our way. Dodgers games are going on, Angels games are going on, and even Disneyland is opening up. So that to me shows that we're heading in the right direction. And just keep up the good work so that we can eventually get to, as President Biden said, Independence Day in July. And it'll be independence not just for memorializing the Declaration of Independence, but also be independence from the coronavirus, hopefully. Any questions from council? I see none, so we'll take a motion to accept and file.
Motion to accept and file the COVID-19 recovery update.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with council members Goodrich and Matucci absent.
Thank you. That brings us to item 9B from the city manager and finance, budget overview session 3 of 3 for the 2-year 2021-23 operating budget and a 5-year 2021-26 capital improvement plan. Ms. Poisson.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Sheila Poisson, Finance Director. Good to be back and see you guys all face to face. Item 9B is a recommendation of the city manager and myself, Finance Director, that City Council receive department updates and provide feedback on the fiscal year 2021 through 2023 2-year operating budget and the 5-year 2021 through 26 capital improvement plan. Tonight is the final departmental budget session of the fiscal 21 through 23 budget process prior to the budget hearings that are scheduled for May 11th and May 18th. As with the prior 2 budget sessions held, the following slides include department functions, organization charts, staffing level charts, and any proposed changes to staffing levels and proposed capital improvements. The financial tables are also included in the slides for reference should council have any specific questions, and are also included in the item itself. The proposed budgets before you tonight are largely complete with some minor changes that will be reflected in the published budget book. Finance staff have held final meetings with departments this past week and are working hard to complete the budget book by next week. Tonight you'll be hearing from the General Services, Fire, Community Services, and Community Development Department. With that, I'll hand it over to Shant Megardichan, General Services Director.
Thank you, Sheila. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Shant Megardichan, General Services Director. Next slide, please. The General Services we maintain all the city's buildings and facilities, including building maintenance, HVAC, electrical, and custodial, as well as we have the responsibility for the administration and operations of the Torrance Airport and Cultural Arts Center. Lastly, General Services oversees the Fleet Services Warehouse and Maintenance Division, as well as our Central Services print shop and the Graffiti Abatement Program and capital projects. Next slide, please. Here's an overview of General Services. Next slide, please. This slide is one of two of our staffing levels. Next slide, please. These are our budgeted staffing levels and does not take into account vacancies. Next slide, please. So this slide is relatively new. This is operating revenues coming out of the general fund for general services. You may ask yourself, well, what revenues are coming in from general services? Well, the Cultural Arts Center Enterprise Fund was reclassified to the general fund. So essentially what you're looking at is the Cultural Arts Center projected revenues from fiscal year 2021 and forward. Next slide, please. These are general services expenditures, and there'll be a common theme on the expenditures. Essentially, it's salaries, materials, supplies, and contracts. Next slide, please. Airport operating revenues. Primarily what you see here are the aeronautical and non-aeronautical revenues. The main figure you see is mostly from the non-aeronautical, and that includes properties along PCH, including all the car dealers. We have the Torrance Town Center, the Rolling Hills Plaza, and those businesses on the south side of Sky Park. Next slide, please. Airport operations, and again, this is all what it takes to run the airport: staffing, materials, supplies, contracts, etc. Next slide, please. These are the Cultural Arts Center revenues with figures up until fiscal year 2019-20. From fiscal years 2020 to 21, again, those are now reclassified in the general fund. Next slide, please. Same with this slide regarding the expenditure. Next slide, please. This is the Fleet Services operating revenues, and essentially these are internal revenues, whereas departments pay into the Vehicle Replacement Fund for replacements of their vehicles and charges for service in terms of maintenance and repair of the city's vehicles. Next slide, please. These are the expenditures for Fleet Services. Again, a lot of commodities in the warehouse, salaries, materials, contracts, etc. Next slide, please. So the next three slides are general services 5-year capital outlay. They are a combination of proposed projects and approved projects. Those approved projects have a FEEP number, a facilities equipment automation project number next to them. Those with the TBD are proposed projects. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And this is the last of the 3 pages of our 5-year capital outlay. Next slide, please. So lastly, I'd like to touch on our major projects and initiatives we'll be embarking on in the near future. The first, and I think is everybody's favorite, as we've heard in previous departments, is the completion of the Transit Center, which will be opening in 2021. Next, we're going to be assessing our fleet warehouse practices and inventory. One of our larger endeavors that we're going to be looking into is we're going to be conducting assessment and indexing of all the city's facilities. You know, obviously, we have aging infrastructure, we have aging facilities, and we'd like to take stock of those facilities. A survey was done in the late 90s. We'd like to do something similar again, where we assess the facility, essentially assign it a letter grade, and a cost associated with that on either remodel, reconstruction, retrofit, or repair. So that is something that we're going to be looking into as well. So in the next year are some of the major completion or major capital projects we'd like to complete. Our park LED lighting retrofit. We have 18 parks that are being retrofitted with LED lights, and that project has began. We have a fuel system replacement at the airport, as well as our automated weather observing system at the airport. We're going to be replacing the roof at our City Yard Services building, our fire station number 4 remodel, which is the last of the fire stations to be remodeled, and installation of our electric vehicle charging stations for our city fleet. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Sean. Are there any questions from the council? I see none.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Martin Cerna, the Fire Chief. I'm going to go over our budget slides. We can go to the next slide, please. Just provides an overview of what we are responsible for. We protect, serve, and improve the quality of life for the entire community through proactive emergency response, risk reduction, and community engagement. We're responsible for ensuring the safety of life and property from fires, explosions, hazardous conditions, and natural disasters. We provide emergency medical services for life-threatening incidents as well as from traumatic injuries. Next slide. This is just an overview of our divisions as outlined in our budget. Next slide. This is an overview of our staffing levels. As you note, there is an increase in staffing, and this is in relation to our EMS transportation budget. As mentioned in our quarterly report, we successfully started that program earlier this month. We did hire 14 ambulance operators this fiscal year, and we'll look to hire the remainder of the program, the staff, in the next phase as soon as we receive our new ambulances. Currently, we have 11 firefighter vacancies, 7 ambulance operators, as I just noted, 2 senior fire prevention specialists, 2 fire prevention specialists, and office assistant or a staff assistant for OES. Next slide, please. This is an overview of our current revenues. You will note that we did have an increase in charge of services. This is mostly related to our EMS program. We also have included in our service charges our annual life safety inspections, plan checking, or hazardous material fees. Next slide. This slide provides an overview of expenditures of our expenditures. Salary increases is related to, again, in combination. Our salary increases, as you will note, is in relation to combining our EMS enterprise budget and rolling it into our general operating budget. This was done primarily because our EMS budget was heavily subsidized by our general operating budget. Since our firefighters have 2 functions, they hold 2 hats, firefighter and firefighter paramedic. It was challenging to track salary costs, and our overall budget was balanced. Even though our overall budget was balanced each year, combining it was very labor intensive. So combining the 2 budgets will streamline the budgeting process. Next slide, please. And I already touched on, this is our EMS budget, which, as you can note, for the next fiscal year has been rolled into the general operating budget. Next slide, please. Same as the previous slide. Next slide, please. This is an overview of our capital improvement plan. You will note the 2 projects are related to the date properties that we purchased over the last couple years. We do have some final projects that we're hoping to finalize. And then the last item is the final piece for our emergency medical dispatch services as we move forward. Next slide, please. And then our last major project is to finalize and be successful with our emergency transportation program. That concludes my report. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Are there any questions for the Chief? I see none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, John LaRock, Community Services Department. Next slide, please, Katie. The Community Services Department offers Torrance residents and guests the opportunity to address and enhance their well-being and sense of community through programs and services in the specialized area of cultural arts, libraries, parks, and recreation. Our customers represent every demographic and community group, and we strive to foster lifelong learning and personal development. Next slide, please. I'll note that this organizational chart also will include administrative services, which, as you know, includes the Housing Improvement Program, Park Rangers, Coyote Program Management, and we are onboarding animal control. I want to acknowledge the managers of these divisions featured for their work in drafting the budget before you this evening. Next slide, please. The next 2 slides are the proposed budget for just under 231 employees comprised of full-time, long-time or current, and seasonal staff. Increases in staffing from the current year are as a result of our onboarding the animal control staff transfer. Next slide, and next slide. Thank you. The next 2 slides, again, reflect the revenues and expenses that were proportionally reduced during the pandemic, and the projections over the next 2 cycles anticipate a full restoration of services, fees, and expenses. Next 2 slides. Thank you. The next 2 slides, as noted by the previous 2 presentations, indicate the transition from the enterprise fund management of certain aspects of our budget to fully being represented under the general fund, which is a welcome change for accounting purposes. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. Thank you. This is a select list of capital projects improving public facilities. There are others which are seeking outside funding for. Next slide, please. Our major projects and initiatives include restoring all of our facility offerings, programs, and services as the health orders allow, working with the city manager's office and the police department for the animal control transition, conducting the first annual public art festival called Ultra at our city's parks and other locations in July and August this summer, initiating the Open Plus electronic access pilot at the El Retiro branch library, which will allow library users to access the facility and materials at their convenience. That's an externally funded project. The completion of the joint use agreement with Torrance Unified School District to address needs now and in the future. Managing our water usage and costs in the parks while enhancing our open spaces with smart planting and water-wise management. And the pursuit of external funding to support capital improvements, programming, and research. That concludes our report, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lueck. Are there any questions? I see none, so we'll move on to community development.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Danny Santana, Community Development Director. Next slide, please. From forward planning initiatives, entitlement reviews, plan check, inspections, and then the subsequent life of the building from TIs, remodels, expansions, and redevelopments, the department's mission is to ensure a safe, accessible, and sustainable space for Torrance residents, visitors, and corporate citizens to interact with that space. Next slide, please. This department mission is advanced by multiple disciplines that oversee the built environment and various quality of life initiatives, as well as several enterprise efforts that are funded by outside entities, including Section 8 housing voucher, and a couple trip reduction strategies for both the city and area workforce that we'll speak a little bit about later. Next slide, please. The next two slides represent our proposed staffing. You'll notice that in 2018, we started at a higher number, and due to budget constraints, we have subsequently reduced. Next slide, please. There is one item of note, a transfer from CIT to CDD. This is associated with our GIS system analyst position. It's not involving the creation of a new position, but it's essentially transferring it to the department in which it is housed. Although budgeted for 67.25 positions, the department is managing with 62.25 permanently filled positions and 2 temporary appointments to keep pace with a very busy environment. Next slide, please. That busy environment is represented by our operating revenues. High property values, low interest rates, over 100 customers per day at our permit center that has remained open. We continue to see high permit requests, high inspection volume requests, and a lot of interest in investment in Torrance that the community can be proud of. Next slide, please. And that work is completed by those staff members dedicated to the various disciplines. Next slide, please. In addition to the work associated with the development enterprise, that we have those enterprise efforts that I mentioned earlier. This is associated with AQMD subvention funds, and it's intended to help reduce emissions associated with motor vehicle trips. Next slide, please. This is our Section 8 housing program provided by the federal government Housing and Urban Development Department. Torrance administers approximately 600 vouchers through the Section 8 program where the rental assistance goes directly to the landlord. In addition, this unit has pursued CDBG grants. With this council's concurrence, have been able to begin assisting 90 households with up to $3,000 in COVID rental relief for rental arrears situations. The first set of payments have already gone out. We're looking forward to the second set to help the local landlords and those struggling tenants. Next slide, please. And then lastly of the enterprise initiatives is the van pools effort. In pre-COVID experiences, we had nearly 60 city and area employees participating in this program to reduce regional air emissions as they commute in, as well as advance access to mass transit opportunities. Next slide, please. Now, for a department that oversees the built environment, from a capital perspective, this request does not involve constructing anything. It involves a digital footprint. Essentially, pre-pandemic, we were looking at this effort from a customer convenience perspective. After the perspective of the lens that COVID has provided us, it also helps us from a resiliency standpoint. Not only would we be able to provide better assistance and service to our customers, it would allow our department to work more efficiently and in maybe not so restricted to the confines of the existing structure if the situation requires it. We have done RFQs. We understand what the costs are associated with procurement of software, integration with our existing permit system, the configuration of the public access portals, as well as the work associated with what it would mean from a user interface for either larger or dual screens. The total budget comprises those initiatives. Next slide, please. Finally, the department has been extremely aggressive to try and provide as much relief to the general fund by pursuing outside grant opportunities. Several of those initiatives deal with updating our housing element, pursuing housing corridor initiatives, and off-the-shelf ADU plans. Rather than asking for the general fund to fund those initiatives, staff has pursued those grants, and with council's concurrence, we've implemented those efforts in that manner. Secondly, downtown revitalization is nearing its completion in terms of its analysis and the study. We're looking forward to returning to your honorable body with the final product. That final product will have several identified implementation measures that will need your concurrence for staff to pursue those recommended strategies. Noise abatement monitoring, the reconstitution of that effort, and the development of the RFP will be part of our efforts in the coming fiscal year, as well as the work that has already commenced associated with the seismic assessment. Permit center systems integration. As I mentioned, that is a very busy place. We've already done quite a bit with our permit system software. The next phase is looking at our scanned records and working with the city clerk's office using similar formats and templates and integrating it with GIS. We want to make our treasure trove of inventories and documents and permits more accessible. Our hope is to do that in a simple, easy to use for the public format, and that's what our initiative will be for the coming year. That I conclude and available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Santana. Are there any questions? I see none. Oh, Councilmember Ashcraft, I'm sorry.
Thank you. One quick question. Thank you for the thorough report. Going back to the rental assistance program, you said we're going into phase 2?
The second round of payments.
Second round.
There are a total of $3,000, up to $3,000 for each selected household. The first round of payments has gone to the landlords because we broke it into 2 payment assessments.
Is there any money still available, or everything is already doled out?
It's already been spoken for.
Okay.
If additional funding through CDBG becomes available, we'll be sure to return to your body to request your permission to proceed with those efforts, and we'll make additional announcements to the public to make them aware of that opportunity to apply.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. If there are no further questions, comments, I will certainly take a motion to accept and file.
I move to accept and file. Item 9, Baker.
I second.
City Clerk, are you on the line?
Hi, Katie. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
That motion carried with Councilmember Goodrich and Matucci absent.
Thank you. Takes us to item 9C, from City Manager to determine City Council dark nights.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. This is Candace Lau from the City Manager's Office. It is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council declare the following Tuesdays as City Council dark nights from July 1st to December 31st, 2021. July 6th, August 3rd, August 31st, September 7th, November 23rd, November 30th, December 21st, and December 28th. Traditionally, City Council is dark on Tuesdays following Monday holidays, and those dates include July 6th, following Independence Day, and September 7th, following Labor Day. Council traditionally does not meet on the 5th Tuesday of the month, and those dates include August 31st and November 30th, 2021. City Council may want to consider the following as dark nights: August 3rd, which is National Night Out; November 23rd, which is the Tuesday prior to Thanksgiving; and December 21st and 28th, which are the Tuesdays during the winter holidays. But it should be noted that should City Council choose to declare December 21st and December 28th as dark nights, this would result in 3 dark nights in a row, since the first Tuesday in 2022 will be proposed as a dark night as well, due to the New Year holiday. At this time, staff asks that City Council provide direction regarding City Council dark nights. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lau. Are there any questions or suggestions from council? Councilmember Shen?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was thinking about the last statement from Ms. Lau about 3 consecutive council dark nights, even though I know that's during the holiday season. I was thinking we could do either of 2 approaches. Either we keep it as a non-dark night, and then depending on what the agenda load is, the city manager can come back and make a recommendation, so that we don't predetermine 3 consecutive dark nights. Or, I'm open to 3 consecutive dark nights right now too, but that's just a thought I had to bring to up. Thank you.
Anyone else? I think the buzz on the 3 consecutives, it really runs down to a legal aspect, because if we ever rule on something, a motion for reconsideration must be made in a timely manner. And if we were off for 3 weeks, that would, I think the time would grow out for a reconsideration. But the other thing is that we could always schedule a meeting if we see our,
Mayor, I suggest perhaps we keep December 21st
Okay.
on the calendar, and if based on agenda management, if it's a light night, then we can cancel the meeting and push it to the first meeting in January.
Yeah, we can always collapse it.
As a backup option.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll take off December 21st from the list. August 3rd is National Night Out, and it looks like this year we will have a National Night Out, so I think it's important for us to be involved with that and all the other ones. Everybody agree? Okay, Mr. Matucci and Mr. Goodrich? All right. Since they're not here, they don't get any input. So we take a motion?
Yes, Mayor, I move that we adopt the recommendation of the dark nights with the exception of December 21st.
I will second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Goodrich and Matucci absent.
Thank you. Item 9D was deferred, and so we move on to item 9E from the city manager to adopt a resolution amending resolution number 2018-85 for certain full-time salaried and hourly employees to add positions of senior business manager, transit planning, and transit marketing specialist from staff.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Katie Wan from the City Manager's Office. Item 9E is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council adopt a resolution amending Resolution number 2018-85 for certain full-time salaried and hourly employees to add the positions of Senior Business Manager, Transit Planning, and Transit Marketing Specialist. On April 13th of this year, City Council approved the recommendation of the Finance and Governmental Operations Committee for the addition of staff to the Transit Department for the anticipated opening of the Regional Transit Center. These 2 positions will play important roles in the center's kickoff service planning, and daily operation, as well as its ongoing promotion and service alignment with other agencies. More information on the duties of these two positions are included in tonight's staff report. In order to implement the new positions, the job specifications need to be approved and added to the resolution for certain full-time salaried and hourly employees. Staff is recommending City Council's approval to amend Resolution number 2018-85 and approve the attached job descriptions. These are not civil service positions. I also want to point out that although the agenda, subject, and recommendation are correct, on the staff report, in the subject, it mistakenly reads Resolution 2018-25, but the agenda is correct, that it's Resolution number 2018-85. I, along with staff from the Transit Department, are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wand. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. Also, Madam Clerk, may we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is resolution number 2021-36, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending resolution number 2018-85, setting forth changes regarding hours, wages, and working conditions for certain full-time hourly employees.
Take a motion.
I move to adopt resolution 2021-36.
I will second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Goodrich and Matucci absent.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9F, as in Frank, from the city attorney and the city manager to review and determine the need to extend local emergency related to COVID-19. From our city attorney.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of council. Assistant City Attorney Tasha Strader. This is a recommendation of the city attorney and the city manager that City Council review the need for extending the local emergency related to COVID-19 that was proclaimed on March 12, 2020. And I think that's supposed to say 2021, actually. And adopt a resolution extending the local emergency. I do know that there is a Scrivener's error on the third page of the resolution. If it were adopted this evening by the council, it's merely the date, which would obviously be introduced, approved, and adopted as of today's date, the 27th of April, and not the previous date. Also, this would not change anything if you were to adopt this resolution. As you know, the city attorney has consistently brought this forward approximately every 60 days. And it would just allow the city the opportunity to continue to apply for federal, state, and local funding for expenses due to COVID-19. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Strader. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. We've done this several times now since this, and I think we got it down. So on this, we need, Madam Clerk, a number and title, please.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2021-37, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, ratifying and extending the existence of a local emergency regarding COVID-19 in the City of Torrance.
I move to concur with staff recommendation and adopt resolution 2021-37.
I will second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Goodrich and Matucci absent.
Thank you. That takes us to the last agenda item. Item 9G from the city manager's office to accept and file quarterly update from Office of Economic Development. Ms. Fulton.
Thank you, Mayor.
I knew you were going to be last.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I'm Fran Fulton, the Economic Development Manager for the City of Torrance, and I'm before you tonight to present the quarterly update from the Office of Economic Development and the Economic Development team, which, as you may be aware of, the team includes staff from most of the departments across the city, so there's some overlap on some of the projects we're all involved with. In January, I presented a comprehensive report of activities from last year, and it was agreed upon at that time that I would come back more frequently to provide updates. So I'll get right to it. Next slide, please. The COVID-19 Business Assistance Program was approved by Council in May of last year and funded with $500,000 from the Economic Development Reserve Fund. General numbers are shared at each council meeting as part of the city manager's COVID-19 update, and funds have been used to cover the costs of outdoor operations permits for 150 businesses, and 30 have received assistance for the purchase or rental of equipment to facilitate these outdoor setups. Coverage of city-owned parking fees, deferral of some payments for other city fees, facilitation of operations of several fitness businesses in city parks, in addition to supporting the downtown al fresco dining program of last summer, have all been made possible through this program. Economic development has helped businesses with information and guidance as pandemic protocols have changed, and directed businesses to funding sources when these have become available. Torrance was recently able to, actually they're still in process, was able to offer 10 small business grants of $10,000 each through funding received from the county through our participation in the CDBG program. And there may be a possibility that more funding may become available for this program. Periodically, other business grant opportunities come up, and we make sure to post these on the city website and promote as we can. There actually are several open right now. There's another one that was just announced today from the Small Business Administration for restaurants. So I would encourage any businesses out there that have not received any financial assistance that they can contact me and I can connect them with that information. Next slide, please. Shopping and dining locally. The city continues to encourage the community to shop and dine locally through website and social media messaging. We're also looking at the possible promotion of a digital app developed by a local software firm that will encourage the community to visit businesses in person and receive discounts or promotions from participating businesses that will also in turn be giving back to local nonprofit organizations. The City Cable, our Community Relations Department, as well as Discover Torrance are looking at that too, how we can partner on that. Next slide, please. Continuing images on shopping and dining locally. As we move further into the recovery from the pandemic, we are examining how we can continue to allow shops and restaurants to make use of the outdoor spaces adjacent to their businesses. Recently, staff applied for a grant for development of a permit process evaluation project to do just that. Next slide, please. Leading us to tourism, Discover Torrance, the city's destination marketing organization, continues to market Torrance to visitors. And a bright spot, literally, as you can see by their bright California poppy orange shirts, is the California Welcome Center that has recently opened at Del Amo Mall. And information at this center can be found about the mall, about Torrance, and about places of interest throughout California, as well as the locations of other welcome centers throughout the state. The center will be receiving a visit from officials from Visit California in Sacramento on May 4th, and then plans for a ribbon cutting and grand opening are in the works for June. Next slide, please. And at this center, a fun thing that I would be remiss not to mention is that the Welcome Center will have Torrance merchandise for sale, including our own Discover Torrance socks and beach towel. The center can be found at the round booth in the grand entryway above entrance 1 as you come up the escalator from the outdoor village at Del Amo Fashion Center. So if you haven't visited yet, I encourage all to do so. Next slide, please. The signage and wayfinding plan funded through the Southern California Association of Governments is coming together with more details to be presented to council in June. The project includes a complete inventory of all signage across the city and a plan for a wayfinding program that will add signage to help create a sense of place and assist with identifying and reaching various points of interest around the city. Next slide, please. This slide shows examples of various sign types that could be implemented in the wayfinding plan. Once presented with the plan, we will look to prioritize the locations for signage based on a three-pronged approach, including an essential strategy, an enhanced strategy that would give even more signage, and then a digital strategy, which would include the use of things such as Waze and Google Maps that you could incorporate in finding your way around the city. Next slide, please. Economic development has been working with community development in development of the downtown revitalization plan with funding from a Caltrans grant. This will address parking concerns, increase foot traffic, add signage, and connect the downtown business district to Greater Torrance and the region. As shown in these images, public input is still being collected to finalize the plan, which is expected to be presented to council in June. These boards were at the Antique Street Fair on Sunday and today at the Farmers Market, and they'll be there again on Saturday, and that's to get more input from the public via survey. There are a few other initiatives that have a relation to the downtown plan and the signage and wayfinding plan, as well as the construction of the transit center. One is the development of a street furniture program that will focus on providing shade, shelter, safety, and comfort to transit riders and pedestrians. This project is in the preliminary stages, and more information will be coming to council in the near future on that as well. A second new project being proposed relates to the city's submittal to the Bloomberg Philanthropies Mayor's Challenge. This project aims to encourage a behavioral shift of considering alternate modes of transportation to car travel. The proposed solution is an innovative Keep It Moving, or KIM, thanks to Ms. Turner, otherwise known as KIM, which is a gamified mobile app that will provide real-time public active transportation information. We expect to hear more on our status from Bloomberg in June when finalist cities are announced at that time. A third new project, as mentioned under the outdoor dining slides, involves another grant application for development of a formalized, streamlined parklet permitting process, try to say that 5 times fast, that will allow for continued use of outdoor spaces for businesses to operate. Next slide, please. And technology. As you've all heard about, the South Bay Fiber Network continues to be rolled out and expanded upon, having connected all the South Bay cities. And city staff are looking at how we can take further advantage of this infrastructure to connect businesses to the network. We're still discovering that there are companies, unfortunately, that have little or no access to high-speed internet, and some of the solutions are extremely costly. The team is beginning to identify the resources that can be used to ensure all businesses have the tools that they need and that we have an overall broadband plan for Torrance. Additionally, as a result of the last economic development update and approval by the City Council to establish a tech committee, a group of USC graduate students is preparing a capstone project to help us develop this committee. And as a reminder, the committee will allow for identifying best strategies to attract and support tech businesses, formalizing specific strategies to attract and retain tech businesses, developing tools to market Torrance tech business recruitment efforts and community strengths, and fostering relationships among those tech companies. So far, the feedback that the students are getting from their capstone is a very positive response from the tech businesses, and they want to be a part of this new committee. In addition to that, they have reached out to other similar organizations in other areas and received very good information that will be helpful for us, and those organizations have offered to support us in our efforts. Next slide, please. In conclusion, I am optimistic about the future of the economy in Torrance. Shoppers are returning to the mall. New businesses are contacting me regularly about moving into the city or expanding to larger sites. Some of the company names included here in this slide are some of those that I've been in communication with recently. These are mostly high-tech, advanced manufacturing, research and development, aerospace, or biotech companies. Our tourism and hospitality businesses are well-positioned to bring back visitors to stay, dine, and shop in Torrance. And the South Bay Entrepreneurial Center, our business incubator accelerator, is refreshing its website and fine-tuning its services to be prepared for an expected renaissance of startup businesses. Lastly, I would suggest that all Torrance businesses, if they have not yet, respond to the BizFed Outlook and Reopening Survey before the end of the week. It closes on Friday. to provide input on their top concerns as the economy reopens. Torrance is currently in the lead of the most survey responses so far, and maybe that has to do with the fact that Ms. Donna Dupron of the Torrance Area Chamber is also the BizFed chair. But let's see if we can keep that lead. Please contact me or Donna Dupron at the Chamber for the link to respond to the survey. And with that, I thank you very much for listening, and I stand by for any questions.
Thank you, Fran. There is some questions. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. Fran, thank you for this package. Looks really good. That last slide, I noticed that polypeptide. Little plug for a local Torrance company here that's part of the next vaccine that might be approved real soon, maybe within a week or so. I just want to make sure I made that comment. I think as a city, potentially, or the county goes in the yellow maybe by the end of next week, maybe. I'm looking forward to it. Some of the things I was thinking in mind, I'll just share with you. Some of the things we've talked about in the past. Maybe some of these tech companies and tech committees, maybe something we could think about is having some kind of a technology innovation challenge. Get some local tech companies to sponsor some prizes that really, when you have prizes and innovation challenge, a lot of times you just need one golden idea to come up and that just blows up. I visited a Welcome Center a couple of weeks ago at Del Mall. Very, very cool place. I really liked it. I even did some selfies on that. I seldom do that. Another thing I think that maybe as we open up, I think I had a conversation with Mr. LaRock probably a month ago. I recall back in 2018, I had a motion to look into some way to, looking at international youth summer games here in the city of Torrance, so that, we invite international athletes here and groom some local Olympians qualifier for the 2020 Olympics. It's another way to drive tourism. People come and shop with our hotels. And in addition, hopefully we have some local Olympic qualifiers. Those are some ideas that maybe in the future, as we open up, we'll have more opportunities working with TUSD with some of their facilities. And then the other thing is probably more my own personal wish. If we have Welcome Center, we want to bring tourists here. I don't know if there's a possibility we can sponsor some kind of a little mini triathlon or marathon here in the city of Torrance, but just my idea. Thank you for the report.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Fulton, thank you so much for your report. You got a lot of great stuff going on in Torrance. Your last slide, the one that's up there right now, actually, is the one that made me think of something I'd like to maybe see if you incorporate more information into your future reports. Is one of the most important things that I think the Economic Development Department is doing is helping to attract new businesses to our city. And so I'd like to hear more about the efforts being made in that area. And what, if you, obviously you might not want to list a company name if you're in negotiations or something like that, but it would be nice to know what kind of efforts are being made in that area. And then when there is something like that, to really help us publicize that. Many of these things I've never heard of.
Mm-hmm.
And I know our neighboring cities are really quick to put out press releases about them attracting these businesses. And maybe unless I'm missing it, maybe we need to beef that up a little bit so we can, let the real community know that we're really working hard to bring in new businesses and also to share with us a little bit more information, not only the business name, but what the business does and maybe how many employees that they're potentially bringing into the city. And that way we can kind of keep statistics on, what's our business efforts at attracting and bringing in new businesses so that we can kind of have a measurement tool to see how we're doing. And that would personally is something I'd like to see if that's something you can incorporate.
Would love to do that.
Great.
Yeah, I think in my my Monday morning reports that I send, I could consolidate those and give some examples and highlight some of the companies that we're bringing in.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, great, thank you.
There's no other questions. I'll take a motion to accept and file. Thank you, Ms. Fulton.
Thank you, Fran. I move to accept and file item 9G.
I second.
Your Honor, that motion carried with council members Goodrich and Matucci absent.
Thank you. Brings us to the City Council oral communications. We're almost near the end, and we're 19 minutes after 9. First one up is Councilmember Griffiths.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I really don't have anything else to add to all the things I've already said tonight, so have a good evening, everyone.
Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to take a moment to thank Mr. Mayor Duchesne, Mr. LaRock, Mr. Santana, and Chief Cerna for your very informative and detailed presentations. Also wanted to congratulate one more time Chief Hart. Thank you so much for your continued commitment to our city. And I just appreciated the more good news. We had more good news from Mr. Santana and Ms. Fulton, who shared with us the commitment and the confidence that our community has in our city. And I'm really looking forward to the future. Thank you so much. Please stay safe, be well, and be kind to each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ashcraft.
Thank you. I will wish my second child, first son, happy birthday. Today is his birthday. And I wish everyone a happy week between now and next week. And as Ms. Kalani said, everyone stay safe, and we will hear from you next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. Once again, I'm looking forward to getting in the yellow phase of the county so we could go out and play and do things. Secondly, I've been informed from the South Bay Cares that they plan to have an event this Saturday, May 1st, at the Hermosa Beach Community Center. It's called South Bay versus Hate. So for those in the community who want to participate in that event, it will be this Saturday from 3 to 5 p.m. at the Hermosa Beach Community Center. Stay safe. Looking forward to seeing everyone next week.
I really think one of the great things, breaking down to these 3 council meetings to explain our budgets, has been really a fantastic experience, I think, for each of us sitting up here as well as the public, to see the breadth of what we do as a city and all these different departments. There's a lot of moving wheels in this machine that we call the city of Torrance to keep it to be the city that it is. And it's always exciting to hear from our executive staff exactly what they're doing and what's happening in their respective departments. So I appreciate each and every one of you. And I think it'll help us out as we go through the budget process. And just seems like just a couple weeks, here we are. I think to you, the public, thank you for joining us tonight. Last Thursday was Earth Day, but it's not too late to take part in my Earth Day Bingo Challenge. This challenge is full of eco-friendly activities and actions that help save energy and keep our Earth clean. Just download and print out the bingo card at torranceca.gov/earthday and complete some fun, environmentally friendly activities. The challenge runs now until the end of this month, and you can still get a free Torrance Living Green reusable bag at the California Welcome Center, we've talked about earlier tonight, the Alamo Fashion Center during the span of the challenge. And you can also get them, I think, at the Farmers Market on Saturday. No, I guess it'll be too late then. April 30th is the last day, but maybe they'll have some left over and you can get some over there. The first one to black out their bingo card will win a Torrance-themed Monopoly board game. For more information, visit torranceca.gov/earthday. I can't believe that game hasn't been won yet. It's Torranceopoly. Doesn't everybody want to play Torranceopoly? Where I think one of my favorite parts on that is that if you could run for mayor and you could either win the mayoral election or something would happen to you for eating too many petit fours at Torrance Bakery. So I like petit fours, but I won the mayorship instead. I also invite you to join our salute to the U.S. Armed Forces by sending them a vid hug to show your appreciation. These are self-recorded video messages and can be to a specific person, division, branch, or addressed to all of our brave men and women who have served or are serving our great nation. The vid hugs will be featured on torranceca.gov city cable, and the city's official social media accounts. Send your videos by April 30th to join in the celebration. I'm also excited to announce that in lieu of our parade that was postponed due to health uncertainties surrounding COVID-19 on May 15th, what would have been our 61st annual Armed Forces Day Parade at 2 p.m., the Tiger Squadron Precision Formation Flying and Acrobat Display Team will grace our skies with a flyover in honor of our United States military. More information and activities will be announced soon, but you can visit torranceca.gov/salute to learn more. Last year, they did that for us, and it wasn't the parade, but at least it gave us a chance to stand out on Torrance Boulevard and look up in the sky and see a tribute to our military. For current information concerning COVID-19, follow us on social media and visit torranceca.gov/COVID-19. For daily updates, tune into City Cable or torranceca.gov and watch live COVID-19 Today, Monday through Thursday at 4 p.m. and Weekends in Torrance, which airs every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 2 p.m. With that, good night, everyone, and I'll accept a motion to adjourn. Councilmember Griffiths.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I move that we adjourn tonight's city council meeting to Tuesday, May 4th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. for a closed session, with the regular meeting commencing at 7 p.m. My motion incorporates by reference the orders from the state of California and the county of Los Angeles that are listed under adjournment on the agenda. Members of the Torrance City Council and staff may participate in this meeting in person or via teleconference or other electronic means. Pursuant to the governor's executive order N-2920, no physical location from which members of the public may observe the meeting and offer public comment will be provided. Information on how the public can watch and participate in the meeting is found on the agenda. Thank you.
I will second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Goodrich and Matucci absent.
Thank you. Good night, everybody. We'll see you next week.